What's going on, everybody? It's Friday night. My class 2 is on the bench in a pre-disassembled state. It is me alone today. If you can tell, I'm a little stuffy, so beg your pardon for that. Nicole, similar state. Therefore, she was also not looking to do the live. So, I am here, a little nasally. I apologize. Got the smelly cat voice going on for anybody who knows that reference. But my goal for tonight is we've got the Class 2 on the bench. If you remember when I built this is a brazen scale ATL chassis, and the axles under it were the Axial SCX3 straight axles. And I built a set of new F10s for it, the Vanquish portals that come under the Phoenix. So I am going to get these swapped under and then try and figure out any of the hurdles that I have that will associate with that, as far as like panhard length, steering links, things like that. I don't know that that's all worked out yet. So I have a little bit to do there. On top of that, I started painting a body 34 minutes ago now, and I've got 2 coats of paint on it already, which I'm pretty sure is the adequate amount of time you're supposed to wait between coats. So it's not looking great. Maybe I didn't wash it well enough. I don't know. We'll see. Whatever. I've got stuff to do. I've got no time to wait for that. The other thing is that I've got the brazen scale servo mount here, and I shaved off a little bit more width on it. I needed to take off like another 1/8 of an inch, and then I took about 1/4 of an inch off of the front because I want to tuck the bumper back on the front of this. And I also cut off about 1/4 inch of the front of this brazen scale chassis to do that. So I've got to drill some new holes there, drill some holes in this, and I also may helicoil some of the threads in this plastic here, specifically on my panhard and maybe a couple of the other ones. I might test those out, see what's tight, what's not. Go from there. So anyway, thanks everybody for checking in. Nicole trying to get overspray off the house. I did paint it directly outside of the front door. Did you scuff as you washed? Nope. I sprayed Dawn in it and moved along. I sprayed the Dawn in, and then I rinsed, and that was it. So, helicoil or heat zert? I've got the heat zerts. I just don't know if I like them as much. I mean, I could. I've got a soldering iron set up for them and everything. I don't know if I trust them as much. I guess we could try kind of like one of each, just specifically in some of these areas where maybe it's not as critical. I've got a couple that I could experiment with, and maybe do one like that on each side to see, and then go from there. We'll see. Scott O'Blander, thank you, sir. Can you measure the panhard and front upper links as they come off? That's the VFD with SCX3 straights. That is correct, Scott. I can do that. I can do that now, right? Front upper link in panhard. I can do that now on this. Should not be an issue. Again, I apologize for the nasally. Should wash it with green scotch-brite. Yeah, should and all that. I could definitely. I'm sure there's things I could do better and things like that. I also know that it's just a temporary scrap body, and I don't care that much. So I was just like, I'll get something on it. I'll throw some stickers on it, and we're gonna call it good to go. It'll just be a temporary beater body. I don't care. So we're gonna pull this off. Brazen, I think he was just saying it there. I much prefer the brass inserts. Are you talking about the heat set inserts, Brett? If so, I'm surprised. Okay, Scott O'Blander. The panhard that I had on this was eye to eye length 84 millimeters. Okay, there's your panhard link, 84 millimeters. Brian Sherwood, no Nicole, only $2. Well, thank you still, nonetheless. Blind Guy RC, I just missed you on Wednesday. Truck looks great. I know. I saw as soon as you, we had just clicked off, and then yours came through on Wednesday. I was like, oh man. Yeah, I buy mine from McMaster with the proper size drill hole. I've never had one fail. Well, Brett, mine came from McMaster as well. I don't know about the drill. I'll double check that. But I've got them. I've got them here. I've got them accessible. Pretty sure I know right where they are. Pull off the wheels. Do they make orange helicoils? Can you see the orange hood and fenders in the class 1 in the corner of your screen? Pretty hard to miss. Not going to need these wheel nuts anymore. Usually it's a number 8 or 8 gauge drill. That could be my only problem is what I've got available for drill bits right now. We'll see. Next build should be a ground fox chassis. I don't believe I've ever heard of it. There's so many flat rail chassis. I know right where they are. 6 hours later, I still can't find. I don't think so. I usually know what's in my shop. Sometimes I'll lose things for extended periods of time, but it's usually the things that I don't remember where they're at, or didn't remember I had them in the first place. Not that I can't find them. I just forget about things, and I'm like, oh wow, look at that. Are we going to see the body tonight? I think so. Even if it's not done, I'll have it in here so that I can get holes made and things like that, and then I can finish the paint. So front upper link looks like a stock one, or a stock SCX2, but we'll check. Front upper link for this was 92 millimeters eye to eye. So there are your numbers. That front upper link may still work on this set of axles. We shall find out. Next build MOA. Ooh, there's an idea, Jesse. Okay, let's just throw the front axle in here while we have this nearly disassembled, just because we'll just see how things are going to mount. On the Phoenix, can you opt not to run dig by not installing that servo? Yeah, you can not run it. Then there's in the kit, there's a little set screw that you can install to lock the arm in place. You can do that for either overdrive or dig. And there's little set screw locations. I have a video on how to install everything, and in there I show how to lock them out. It's very simple. But yeah, you don't have to run any of it if you don't want to, or if you want to just wait to run it later. But I'll tell you, ruin that truck with portals. You don't worry about that. So out with the old. I'm going to swap shocks too. I built new shocks today. We may need some of these links, but we'll get back to that. So put the new stuff on now. Why am I not using a power driver? That's a great question you ask. No problem, Scott. Thanks, sir. I believe that the lower links should be exactly the same. That I also need to do some math tonight to calculate my overall gear ratio to make sure that I'm still within a reasonable range. Oops. Line up the drive shaft, pinhole. F10s are the new axle off the Phoenix. That is correct. So that go full bump. Now, one thing is that if I are your fingers and toes clean for math problems? We may do a quick spreadsheet just to make sure that everything is in line. So taking these lower links off. So since the skid plate is angled down from the on the brazen scale, which I don't know the Brett, what's the degree of angle on your chassis here? Let's see. Actually, let's just tear this entire truck apart. When are the squares? Oh god. 6-degree angled skid. So since the this chassis has a 6-degree angle on it, points the skid down so that the link pockets in the VFD in the front can start to bind under full compression. Oh, and hey, Tor, I missed your previous one. Hello, hello. And now this one. Thank you, sir. What are we doing today? We are working on the Class 2 truck that will be my Scale Nationals rig. Today we're doing the F10 axle swap, most importantly. Okay, transmission should be free. All the links should be free. Nope, missed one. Let's see. Perfect time to use the skid. I said it twice. No way, Brett. I like the VFD best. It's just such a... How did I keep forgetting to undo screws? What motor and ESC is that? It is the Holm Crawlmaster Magnum Stubby and a BRXL. Okay. I guess I just take that apart anyway, because I don't need the... Did I grab my little... I did. Since we're swapping this too, these are the only things holding it on. Okay. And we're free. John, hi Phil, thank you, sir. Where did you get that tool for measuring links? Is Vanquish shelling just the F10 portal separate? Okay, two-part question. The tool is a custom tool that was machined. It's not a tool that you can buy. So I don't really have an answer for you on that. And then the F10 portals are not available for sale separately yet. Down the road, though. Down the road at some point. I don't have a date to give you on that. But anyway, so we're down to the bare chassis other than a couple of cross braces. This one has to be replaced because it's broken. So I'll need to design and 3D print a new one of those tonight so that it's ready to go. I could just reprint that one for the meantime, but we'll see. We shall see. I suppose while I have the motor and transmission out, I could also get the math done for my gearing. Rob Montana, sick and still streaming beast. Yeah, I sound like it though, don't I? I know the sniffling is probably super annoying. Again, I apologize for it. If it bugs you bad, I would suggest skipping a week because I am it's not going away anytime. Let's see. What trans is this? This is a Vanquish VFD transmission. It's got the 21% overdrive in it. I don't have the like the cowl portion that goes between the gearbox in there. It's just for that's just for looks anyway. I made a little carbon fiber tray that bolts onto it with a couple of 3D printed standoffs I made. So it's you know, things. So currently I have a 5613 gear ratio in here, which would be way too slow for the new portal axle setup. I do have hot tea though, as you can tell. And use some some hobby grade nasal spray. Let's see. The what was I saying? Sorry, I am going to use nasal spray, which I'm going to turn away for. That will help slightly, so I don't sound so terrible. Anyway, someone was asking about what filament do I use to print bodies. I don't print bodies normally. This is just prototype stuff because this will eventually be replaced with carbon. But this is just PLA, so it did quite well, but it printed well. And this is actually Hatchbox filament, which isn't even it's just regular Amazon stuff. I normally use Prusa, which I moved my 3D printer over here. I usually use the Prusa Mint stuff, but the I was out and I'm waiting on my order. Did not expect to tear the truck down this far right now, but anyway, there's the motor transmission. Again, Holmes Crawlmaster Magnum stubby motor. Lightweight motor plate. Yeah. Not much to say about that. The VFD, other than the 21% overdrive, is stock, so. And the lightweight motor plate. There you go. All right, we're going to set this aside for the moment. I tore that all apart so that I could do a quick modification to this skid plate. And I really don't remember why I ground off that side, but it doesn't really matter, I guess. How is the best way to be? This is not something I should have. Is there such thing as too much overdrive? There is, for sure. But it's depends on your case. Trail riding versus competition, and then even in competition, there's definitely too much at times. I've seen that plenty of times, either in side hilling or, I mean, side hilling's a big one. If you ever have to reverse, it can be a little bit sketchy. Obviously, you're not supposed to reverse in competition, so that's your own fault. I'm at a severe lack of Dremel supplies in my studio, which is I have a box labeled Dremel. Ah, there we. Those are the things I needed to see. The great big cutoff wheel and the ever so helpful roto zip. Ah, success. Don't let Matt see us. So things are gonna get loud, people. Safety first. All right, we're gonna knock this out real quick, and then quite the mess. I know. All right, this one, something similar. Here we go. And you have to get it done. You just make a mess. So there we go. Now I can only nerd goggles engaged. Oh my god, the mess I made. But I decided to go live. I have to get this done. And nothing else matters. Almost got away from you. You're right. The whole time I was just thinking in there, I hope Travis doesn't see me. I hope Travis doesn't see me. So let's try and make this look like less of a disaster. Didn't I get my tea? No, good. My tea's still safe. That's good. So some of this stuff over here. Yeah, we're almost messing up the green. I know. Where's the battery powered shop vac? That's a good suggestion. We're gonna deal with the rest of this mess a little bit later. Okay. Do a little bit of filing in a super awkward position. You think of the round file. No Chiefs gear on. Red. Yeah, it's it's game. We've got. Let's see. The comp tomorrow. I have to leave at around 7 a.m. So I don't have time to waste. I've got, like I said, I have painting I have to finish. I have that link mount's totally unnecessary. We can just throw a lock nut on the back side of that. Clean up with a little bit of flush cutting. What kind of hot tree did you there? Green tea. Thank you. Green Tea Classic by Bigelow. How loud was that dremeling? I wondered how much the software actually knocked that out. Josh goes VS410 and AR45 and VFD. Ready? See you tomorrow. Nice. Looking forward to it. I'm going to compete at a spot I've never competed with. It's up with the in the Butte County area of what? It's not Chico. It's the one south of Chico where the dam was failing. Someone help me out. Can you? Oh my goodness, Orville. Warren, yes. So it's at the fish hatchery at Oroville. It starts at the driver's meeting. I think is at 9 or 9:30 tomorrow, and looking forward to it. Where can I get that hat? This is on the Vanquish Products website. It's available now. There's not very many left, and I think we're doing so. They'll only be what's left there. Yeah. Okay. Wasn't bad. I'm impressed. The noise cancel. I'm telling you, this Matt and I using this NVIDIA noise canceling that EVGA got us going with has been the best thing for streaming. Like such a game changer, right? Looking pretty solid. Maybe a little bit more, and we'll call it good. Hey, I hope there's a trash can under your desk. Yes, there is. I don't just keep putting it on the floor. And uh, as much Nicole cleans the rest of the house, but she does not. Uh, she does not clean this room. This room is not her responsibility. No Bloody Mary? No, I do not feel well enough for Bloody Marys. That is for certain. Pretty sure that this is just allergy type irritation or something like that. Took it, took a test and all that just to make sure, just in case I don't need anybody at work to have to be out because of me or anything like that. But it's you know, we'll be back at it next week. No worries. All right. Okay, I think I'm good. We can get back to reassembling. If allergies, get some local honey and add it to your tea. Already done. We are subscribers of that same thought. We have lots of local honey here, but my allergies not great. I never had an allergy in my life until I turned like 35. I don't know why that. Well, and moving to California definitely. Except you would have thought the Midwest, but no, California. Don't worry, this is a nice, dull Exacto blade. Age isn't a real gem, huh? Yeah, right? The beard will turn gray soon. Oh, I don't, it's starting to come in on the sides and yeah. Yep. It's it's coming. My family typically has a lot of gray. So I'm gonna throw all these screws in the work mat for a moment so I can try and clean up the rest. It's junk. Okay. All right. So now we can put this, we can work on getting this reassembled. Like I was saying though, I do need to get the gearing. Those trays are a game changer. I love these trays. That's, I, I was, I was really pushing to have these trays, and I'm super glad that we made them, got them done, because I think I've got two here, and then I've got another one right here. I just, it's still, I could always have more. Allergic to Californians. That is true. That could that could be the reason right there. So the front axle is right here. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna put those lower links on here. I just want to see how that angle, the link angle is going on. Are the trays in stock? Yeah, both blue and black should be in stock. We need an orange tray. I know. They let me do the trays. They didn't let me order orange yet though. We'll get there. I'm getting it. We need like a gray one and an orange one. Perfect. Axle can go all the way up now. Unnecessary to go that far, but still. These rod ends are still in pretty good shape, so I'm not gonna. They're worn, but they're not sloppy. So happy with that. Other half of that drive shaft. Wonder what I did with that particular piece of equipment. That's probably it. Phase it. Doesn't really need to go in until it's in the chassis. It'll probably fall off again, but that's okay. Where's my 2.0? Q5, nut driver, all the way over here somehow. These pretzels are making me thirsty. Why did I dremel the skid again? I will show you that again. So, in a standard truck, like a regular BS 410, the skid plate sits flat on the bottom, parallel to the ground. So, and that's fine. It's got tons of all the travel it needs. But in the brazen scale and some other comp chassis, they take and they angle the back of the skid up 5, 6, 7 degrees. In the brazen scale, it's 6 degrees. So it takes it and it raises that. So that makes the axle go from, even to then up here a little bit, or it almost like fakes the angle of it up. So it's like the chassis or the axle is already up traveling. Well, there's only so much room in the plastic pockets for up clearance because it just wasn't needed. So I needed to carve some of that out so that the axle could then go further up like that, since it's all tilted. Weird combo, I know, but yeah. Or little thing that happens, but it happens nonetheless. So ran into it before in a different truck, but going portals, I want to make sure that I can keep the ride height low or lower than normal because the portals raise it. So it's a little bit of a back and forth to make sure everything is set, but not that big of a deal. Something that was, a little bit of a mess to clean up, but it was not that hard. So throw some hardware in this thing. So what you're saying, it's all about the angle of the dangle. Exactly. Okay. I really did not expect this thing to be a 100% teardown tonight. Not that I'm surprised, I just was not expecting when I was thinking about it. So, got that. I built new shocks as well. These are 90 millimeter S8E shocks, same ones that come on the Phoenix, but the ones that come on the Phoenix are 80 millimeters. These are 90. We sell the bodies and the shafts in the 90 mil, and you can put everything else together basically from parts. So I'm going to get the shocks on there so that I can start looking at ride height, and then I can look at the length of the panhard link. And after I get panhard link done, I can do steering. So just have to work through all of the steps over. Show the Unimog, please. Cannot be distracted that easily tonight, Craig. I have to stay on task. I've got a comp in the morning. Which likely means that I'm going to somehow be up working on this until 1 or 2 in the morning. Then I'm going to have to do, hopefully all my batteries get charged during that time and I don't forget that little piece of the puzzle. And yeah, there's just so much to do. Let's estimate go back one more. I'm going to estimate the shock position for now, and we'll see what that gives us for a ride height slash. Where's my little 5.5? There it is. So long stream tonight then? Maybe. As long as I don't have a bunch of things that are going to tear me away from or keep me from getting things done because I'm trying to stream. If I get to that point, then I'll just have to shut her down so I can go get those items done. But otherwise, maybe it'll be a long stream. Enjoy the 2-hour drive. Yeah, 2-hour drive, not too bad. Nicole's coming with me, so little road trip together. Have some fun. We like to drive. 2 hours is nothing. That's like it. So no trolling tonight then. Darn. Yep, you're not gonna. I'm gonna stay. I'm staying on task. My wife will be there also. Nice. Okay. So. Oh man, we're gonna get tons of travel. The clearance is solid. I can get the I can get the drive shaft all the way up to the motor mount. So. Psh. Let's see if that pre-existing upper link is going to work. If not, I can always get a new link for that. But I don't have to. I definitely don't want to. So throw something in there about that round. The upper link that it was, the lower links that I used in this truck were just a link set from a SCX 10.2. They're an Incision link set. IRC 70 00070 is the part number. And I think that this upper link was off of that as well. Don't know that that will work here, but we're about to find out. AC to Clarinda, Iowa is my tour. Clarinda. I've been through Clarinda. That link is not the father. I need a longer link by approximately, we're going to say 6 millimeters. Yeah. So let's check the length of this one first. Flat rail chassis, green tea, lives in California. What's next? Crocs and doobie. Orange Croc. Of course, the Crocs are orange. It's funny because I never owned a set of Crocs, and we always joked about them on the stream. And God, what was the name of the guy who's? They just showed up in the mail one day. Do that again. I need a screenshot. No. Okay, 82 millimeter eye to eye, so I need 86. So go to the. I need 88 millimeters. Roughly. So this is my 80 to 120 box. So it's definitely going to be on the shorter side of the links that are in here. That is the same as that one. While it is nice to have a huge amount of links, they're somewhat organized. They need to be organized down further, in all honesty. So this is going to be a super fun game of. Ooh. Oh, that's only 80. That's 86. Darn it. Need it like 2 millimeters longer. I mean, I could just unthread or change a rod end. But I hate doing that. I mean, I absolutely will if I have to. And then I can make a new one later. But let me check my shoulder link. Put a JADO link on the old. I know. I just hate using JADO links. God, I hate them. Oh, is that one about 2 millimeters longer? Yep. 88 millimeters. Boom. Success. Now, I may need more links later, so should have kept that link out for steering. That's okay. Hi, Josh. Do you plan on getting the TWS VTR? Currently building mine while watching. I have it already. I just haven't built it yet. So that is I'll get around to building it at some point, but it's not tonight. Get the ooh, that one's a little tight. That lined up, cinched down. Okay. Double check that we're still at the right. Yep. Okay. Oh, I took links out and didn't put them away. Okay, they're in the right box. Let's see what this does to our pinion angle. Still a stainless link, so sometimes I end up with a mix and match of stainless and titanium because that box is kind of a wild mix of that. Oh, there it was. Do you have a Discord? I don't have my own Discord. I have a Discord account, but that's the extent of it. Maybe I'll set one up at one point. Is there a non-portal VP that would fit the Night Runner? You could run AR-44 stuff in there. It would be a big improvement. So let's see if yep. Now we need a lock nut on there since I cut off that other side. There's a lot of RC Discords. Interesting. I know Matt had one for a while. I don't know if he used it all that much, but okay. Man, I feel like I could have still gone a little longer. It's a lot of caster, but more importantly, it's my pinion angle's down still. I don't know. I don't think that that's gonna cut it. Needed more like a. Need more, maybe another 4 or 5 degrees or 4 or 5 millimeters. Let's see. Yeah, I need another 4 millimeter probably. That's okay. But I got to get it right. So you got to watch me. Got to watch me dig for links again. Unfortunately, I know that lid. Use the link by your cup. That one? I think that one's shorter. Yeah, that's way shorter. That ain't going to work. So, what are all these? Those are like 10 or more longer. Few options. All too long. I need the down, like the short. I thought about this just the other day when I was reorganizing the shop. That could be it. That could be. Let's throw some rod ends on this. What's my old time RC coupon again? I think it's Harley 10. I think. Otherwise, I'd have to go to like one of the old Scale News ones and find it. Right. Let's. Okay. So let's check that one. Shoot, which was the one that I think this was the one that I had on there. Yeah. Okay. And I kept saying 88. It was 98. So I need like 102. This is 104. Close. Let's check it. Let's check. Now this is a titanium link. And ended December 31st. Darn it. I can send an email or send a text and see what they got. Let me text me tomorrow, Brett, and I'll text them. What's that look like? Oh, perfect. Nailed it. Oh, this place is a disaster. This place is a disaster. Is there a downside to running trailing arms versus links in the rear? I mean, yes, and it can be weird. You have a lot of leverage on your shock, so it's harder to tune that way, and there's a lot of mechanical advantage on them then, so they end up. That's why you almost always see sway bars with trailing arms. But hola, ¿cómo estás? Bien, ¿y tú? I speak very little Spanish. But what's going on, Mr. Redbeard? All right. So we got that. We got that dialed. I'm super happy with that. We may be able to lay those shocks down further, but we need to get the chassis brace put in, the cross member, whatever you want to call it, and drill for the other bumper location. I also said I wanted to do some inserts in the chassis, whether that be heat set or helicoil is yet to be 100% decided. But first, I'm going to throw a couple of pieces of hardware in it to hold it. Okay. What motor combo am I running? This is Holmes Crawlmaster Magnum Stubby and a BRXL. I'm just throwing a few screws in here. What happened, Captain? Aftermarket chassis for SCX3. Should I invest in? Ooh, for it. Is there aftermarket chassis for SCX-10 I haven't seen any. That SCX-10 transmission is a kind of a disaster. I think you get more articulation with links. No, you get more articulation with trailing arms. It's just because, I mean, just because of the actual amount of travel you can get out of the shocks. Beyond that, so I'm gonna throw the panhard mount back on the chassis for the moment. Josh, did you see Hemi Storm's SCX6 video? I did not see it yet. I saw the notification popped up, but I hadn't watched it yet. So I'll probably do that tomorrow. Well, this panhard screw's got plenty of bite. I thought I drilled them myself initially, and I thought for some reason when I was taking it off, it didn't feel right, but it actually feels good. So, all right, now we've got to calculate a panhard length. So make sure that Nothing is binding or hitting anywhere. I hear something. See that? Might just be my links clicking. Okay, I think we're good. So let's check our previous. So kind of going about mid suspension stroke and trying to keep the axle centered. Looking at this link, probably need another 6 millimeters. Double check. We'll put one end onto the axle so I can kind of take a look. So yeah, I need about 6 millimeter. Take a quick measurement. Half travel. Maybe that's closer to 8. 6 millimeters, 6 inches, same thing. Are the straight axle Phoenix kits in the next container? No. No, there's no straight axle Phoenix kit coming in the next container. We just released that. Like, that would be a whole new truck, like right away, which is not gonna happen. I also have squirt because that's what I drink when I'm sick. I need a K5 hard body for a VS410. I think the only K5 hard body is RC4 drive. I think it's a short wheelbase, so you're gonna have to figure that out with getting different links and whatnot. But there is no just hard body for a VS410 like that because that's just not a. So this is 84. I said I needed about 6, so that's 92. How much longer are these? Ooh, that could be. That could be a winner. Let's see. I know I threw them in here before I closed it. I'm just going to build it if I have to. But should have been right here on top. Oh well. Build a new one. Oh wait. No, I threw it in the other one. That's okay. Squirt, love that stuff. It's illegal in Canada because it's too good. Illegal in Canada. Is that true? See you tomorrow. See you there. I was able to squeak by my life after SCX showed up. Wouldn't that be your old upper link? Yes, that's what I threw back in the box, and then. Oh wait, no, this was my old upper link, which that one's. No, that was the first. Yeah, I needed the original one, which I threw back in there. Ruby red squirt. I haven't had that in a long time. Squirt is great, but have you tried Ting? I've never heard of Ting. All right. I said I needed 92 millimeters, right? 92 on the dot. Now let's see if that was the right amount that I needed. What is thing world? What in the world is squirt? You never heard of squirt? It's like what they use at a. Basically, if you go to a bar and you ask for a sour, if they don't have a sour mix, they use squirt. Ooh, you're saying this is 2 millimeters short, Brett? All right. We shall see. You're probably right, but now you have to remember I'm using my VS410 pan hard mount, not your weird bendy flat rail one. Hitting anything? Hmm. It could be a couple millimeters longer. I'm using your own math. Dang it, that was my math? Okay, well, my math was correct because it's a little short. Damn it. Ah, dang it. Dang it. Dang it. Well, finding one that's just 2 millimeter longer could be. I'm going to bolt this one on, which is way longer than that. I just want to see what it's like. It seems way too long, but 84 plus. Wait, isn't that what 92? That's what I said. Is that I was at 92. Wait. Oh, shoot. 84% equals 90. Oh, I was off. I needed one that was even long. Okay. I was still wrong. And, oh no, I said 8. I said 84 plus 8 millimeters. Initially, I said 6. Then I measured and I said it was closer to 8. Hmm. I'm going to take a couple of quick measurements. We're just going to go from chassis to kingpin. I'm at an inch and 3/8 at this particular ride height. I'm at an inch and a quarter. Oh, I was at 3/16, not 3/8. So yeah, inch and a quarter, inch and an eighth. Yeah. It's. I mean, I knew it was long, but what do I need? What do I need there? 16th is all. I got it. I got it. I'd have it even just in this. This one's just not cinched down very well. I'm probably a little short of where I need to be, but not much. I can just give them both about an extra half turn. So yeah, 1 mil off, 1.5 mil. So I mean, it's with a M3 by 0.5. That's only a 2 turns total. So I think I got that in. I think I had 2 turns. Is it millimeters or inches? Too much back and forth. The only reason I went to inches was because that was the prominent mark that was on the ruler that was in the spot that I could see. So when I'm trying to be super accurate, millimeters. When it's just a guess or begad, inches. 1.25 inches. As close as makes no difference, 1.25 inches. Dunzo. Okay. That was the hard part. I'm confident the rest of this night is going to be smooth sailing. Blow up 1 exoterra. Next thing you know, you're the crawler star. Will there be any live feeds coming from the comp tomorrow? And where in the name of the event, please? It's just a small local event, so unless someone is just like personally live feeding, I wouldn't expect it. I could maybe like ask Nicole to live feed one of the runs on Instagram or something for me. Josh, get yourself a long turbo, and then you don't have to measure and fit. Oh, you know what, Jesse? Yeah, I had. So I've got this here, which was made by a friend of mine a long time ago, and it's got a set screw here on one side, and you can take this thing and make it exactly the length that you want, and then tighten it down, and then take it off and measure that. I don't use it all that often. Honestly, it just needs to be a little shorter because this thing only goes to 100 millimeters is as short as this goes. So I just need to make a shorter version of this for these type of things because it would be, I should use it more. I don't do this a lot. You don't have to do this very often anymore. We used to have to do it a lot more often. So, but I just don't all that much anymore. So I don't get in the habit of using it. Is one allowed to come out and run their rigs on courses between events at scale nationals? Never been to a comp. So there isn't a lot of between. I would say no, honestly. So the comps will basically be live or the comp courses will basically be live all day. So there isn't like a time where you could just kind of sneak on them. And the other thing is that like you don't want to do something on the course that would modify it from the way that the competitors are, norm, because there's like wear or tear during a course. Sometimes a rock can move and that can really change things up. And you don't want to do that to someone especially if you're not competing. But at scale nationals, there's literally infinite amounts of rock out there. Like you could run for days and days and days without ever running out of new stuff to go drive on. Okay. Upper links. So, I need that drive shaft. God, I love the bearing cap tool. Honestly, the Vanquish tools, like I build so much, and there's never a time where I don't appreciate having that nice, like true bearing. So Nicole is only going to climb on the rocks. Well, the event is at a fish hatchery, which is another thing that she's oddly fascinated with is fish hatcheries. She's like, I love fish hatcheries. Like, okay. So me trying to get her to go over there and film something may be difficult. That needs more thread. The VP link mounts are a little thicker. Is that? It's a little too long. Uh, are wheel weights legal for comp? Yeah, absolutely. Hey, you can do anything you want inside your wheel. I will say that knuckle weights are external knuckle weights are not allowed unless maybe they look like something else, something like that. I don't. Pretty sure I should have no need for any adjustment for the rear. I will show you guys my new. This is my new F10 centered rear steering axle that I'm making out of a normal F10 rear axle that I cut, and then I cut the C hubs off of the front steering axle, and I'm going to sleeve and pin and truss them. And this is going to be my class 3 axle for this truck. So that is going to be very easy to do as well, which is super nice. Um, should I get the VS410 now or wait for the Phoenix to get restocked? The Phoenix will be restocked early next week or mid next week at the latest. So if you're waiting for that, that will be available very soon. But the Pro is still one of my favorite trucks. Both is the right answer. Why not offset diff for more clearance? So it's the rear axle. So for the rear, I need a servo on axle. And to do that, I also need a 4-link. And so the offset one, the normal offset is obviously 3-link because that's how it is out of the box. So there's a lot of reasons that I went with that style. Chassis clearance, all the other little things like that. It just makes that setup honestly the easiest. And so far I have maybe, I don't know, an hour's worth of work in that thing total. Now it is going to take some custom shafts, but and it's actually not even custom shafts. I just have to put shafts together using a different inner shaft that we already make and a different than the outer shaft for the Phoenix style, and drop it all in there, and it's going to be set. So, okay, now, oh, I should bolt the new rear shocks on now while it's super accessible. Okay. I said this earlier, but these are the S8E shocks, the ones that come in the Phoenix. These are the 90 millimeter versions. drop all this in the chassis. And, see. Upper links first, just to get the easy ones, or the ones that'll be covered up once you put the lowers in. So, all right. One down. Why don't you just run a VS410 chassis? I mean, this is my class 2, honestly, just cutting weight. I had decided last year when I was running this that I was just going to do it. Did a flat rail one just kind of for fun. I still think that, I obviously have my overly strong opinions on flat rail chassis, partially for comedic effect and partially, well, mostly because I think it's true, but partially for fun. Okay, got it. Drive shaft hooked up. All right. Definitely used one of my screws in a different location. Okay. Just replace them both so that they match. What is the new body? Just going with a cliffhanger. Same as the carbon fiber one will be, but for now I'm just running up. I started painting a Lexan one like 30 minutes before the stream started. Needs another coat, maybe 2 coats. I'll probably grab it before this stream is done so I can start figuring out mounting. Oh yeah, when Alex, picture what you think my painting looks like and you're gonna see it, because it is a perfect example of my painting. It was super rushed, not cleaned very well, and like, it is everything you've come to expect from the jokes that we've made. PS7? No, Ben, I did not go PS7, surprisingly enough. But I had orange wheels on here, so I didn't want to put orange. I didn't want to do orange paint with orange wheels. I just don't like the way that looks generally. So. And I didn't plan on changing the wheels tonight. What? No Gozer body? Oh, if it would have been available in time, we'd be gozing. I promise you. Ever try tack cloth? I've never tried anything that would actually help my painting. Even just the normal basics of cleaning a body properly, not interested. I did a quick spray down with the Dawn bot, the dishwashing detergent in a little pump thing. Rinsed it, didn't even scrub, and shot 2 quick semi-heavy coats of silver on it. And yeah. Did you mask the windows? I did do that, Ben. You're welcome. I did remember that particular step. I did not mask the lights and stuff like that. I don't have time for that. But all of the windows. I'm shocked you even washed the body. Am I the only one that made the connection between Gozer and the gatekeeper? No, I think a lot of people did. I didn't know it. I'm back. What have I missed? Jeremiah, it's been, it's a lot of progress so far, honestly. This thing's been torn down, dremeled, and then reassembled almost already into something that looks like a truck. Like these springs are a little light, I'd say, but it's keeping the ride height pretty low for. Oh, I have not done steering links. Oof, that is something. Cute. Hmm. He masks the windows, then wash the body. No. So yeah, this is at like 3/4. Now the one thing is that we don't have the 90 millimeter springs in yet. So these are actually 80 millimeter springs, and my preload is all the way down already. So I probably need to grab some heavier springs, which I have a whole box of here, like all of our samples. So like every one of these is a different spring rate and wire diameter and coil count. Um, but I'll have to go through that at a point. Is the event at Folsom Lake? No, it's in Oroville, so a couple hours north. So I'm gonna have to go through that spring rate in a little bit. Likely have to do that off stream. Either that or I'll run it tomorrow. Isn't squirt grapefruit flavored or something? That is correct. Grapefruit soda. And honestly, grapefruit's one of my favorite things. So, oh, right. Lots of things to do still. Let's keep trucking. Where is that little carbon fiber tray? Is my tea still warm? Marginally. Where's my damn my battery tray? I'm sure it's like visible on stream, and I'm just an idiot. Okay, axle away. Both axles can be set over there. Hmm. Unsubbing now. Grapefruit is one of his favorite things. Love grapefruit. That mug looks massive. That's because it is. It's my big mug. If you'd like a measurement, the diameter, the internal diameter is 4.5 inches. It's 5 inches tall. It's a lot of liquid. Okay. Well, we're gonna have to continue because I still don't know where it is. Wasn't on the truck. It was on the truck because it was right. It attached to this side of the transmission when I took it off. Oh, there it is. I see it on top of my tires. One down. Do a squirt paint job. It's kind of what all my paint jobs are. Okay. My battery tray is just a very tiny tray that sits here on the side of the chassis. Hangs out a little bit, but tucked in there well enough. So I talked about, I do need to drill a hole for the bumper. I talked about putting some inserts in the chassis stuff. I'm not going to do that. I think it's holding well enough, and I'm just gonna let it ride, and I'm just gonna send it. How's the center of gravity of the rig? I mean, it was kind of built with a low center of gravity in mind. So it's always been, I mean, the motor is, super low. You have the servos up top, but really the motor's low. Everything else will be pretty low. Battery sits nice and low. So it's pretty dirt simple as far as that goes. What truck are you running tomorrow at Orville? This one. The one you're looking at. Thus, my frantic nature to complete. Ah, there's the one that was a little spinny. Take that one out. I didn't take the one out that was a little spinny, but took another one out because I need to locate and then drill the bumper holes. Where's the ESC located on that thing? That's this little guy right here. It's a Holmes BRXL, so it's a super tiny little thing, and it just sits right here. So, I mean, there's nothing to this. I removed it all when I was getting stuff situated. This is my winch controller for the Holmes winch, and that's the ESC. Now we're not running winches tomorrow, so technically I could remove it, which maybe I will right now. Because I feel like I want to do some re-engineering of the electronics mounting and such. So that's when that was weird. That's all. That screw was just stuck to the bottom like that to the motor, and I just Isn't that weird? I remember wedging this thing in there at the time. Okay. We're going to pull the Holmes winch out for the moment. Like I said, tomorrow is a class 2 comp, but there's no winching and no scale points. So it's a D case to BRXL. Sorry, no, I didn't mean BRXL. BR Mini is what I meant to say. Holmes BR Mini. Jeremiah Salberg. Thanks, sir. So next paycheck, I'm picking up that TRX4 Sport RTR for 150. Also, I have an unopened bag of Phoenix links. Can I put F10 on my 10.2 to run those links? Almost. For the most part, it will fit, but the panhard and drag link distance is different. So you'll have to, it's like 4 or 5 millimeters longer on the VS410 because of the raised mount. So you'll have to come up with shorter panhard and drag link. That will be mainly your issue. Okay. So winch is out for the moment. I'll get back to installing that at a later date, which I'm fine with. I do have my direct power servo in here, which was a Holmes also. Which one is this one? SHV 500 V3. So I'll probably update that. Maybe I'll go to the SHV 800. I got it now, right? So This is the BLS SHV 650 from Holmes, which I think. So BLS SHV 650. And oh, that's the new single wire plug with the adapter. And going up to this one, on 3S, it'll give me 875 ounce inches. So on 4S, it's 1,055. So we'll drop that guy in. Let's swap that while we're at it. I am only running 3S in this truck. Up to this point anyway. I think previously I was only running 3S because early batch 650s were glitching due to harness provided. I don't know if this was an early batch or not. And I evidently, I think I hit this thing with a belt sander. I don't remember doing that. But and I don't think that this is an early batch either, because I've only had this I haven't had it that long. So I don't think it's an early one, but I suppose we'll test it tonight. At least if it is, I know now that it's probably the hardest and I can swap that. That. It's gonna glitch. Change the plug. So it's this plug that was glitching. I got this the same time that I got the low profile ones. Blazing platform looking great. I'm having fun with it. It's a good one. I got this 650 at the same time I got the low profile Holmes servo. So I've got the plugs out of the Holmes or out of the low pros if this one glitches. No, it's the one on the end of the servo. I see. Okay. What servo? It's the I think it's Team Grajek. It's the BLS SHV 650. It's on the end of the servo. Saying that was going bad, huh? I mean, I can throw a new one of those on. My 650 could send it back for an 8. Yes, I'm going. Or the comp tomorrow is in Oroville. That is correct, at the fish hatchery. So okay, we'll look at that. Do you have a 500 or an 800? I just took out a 500. So yes, I have a 500 right here. The 800 I thought I had. I've got the 500 LPs, the low profiles. It just went through. I just went through five 650s testing on a power supply. You went through 5 of them, meaning that they didn't work on you? Didn't work for you? The issue is not the harness. Okay. And I'm just going to put my I'm not going to put my low profiles in. I'm just going to, maybe I'll just drop. Going back to my 500. It worked fine anyway. If I run across an 800, then I'll swap that. But I mean, this one already has my servo horn on it and everything. No, maybe the case size is definitely different on this one. And by different, I mean much tighter in this brace. There we go. Snap. 500's back in. There we go. Done and doneer. 500s are thick girls. Yeah. My freaking guess. I'm guessing that's why there's some belt sander marks on that one. All right, so we still have to figure out the drag link, and I need to get a tie rod on there, which that's a 133. So I need the other link box. Oh, but I need a drag link still, which is going to be in that one. Okay. Josh, can I hitch a ride with you to competition tomorrow? Probably not, because I've got Nicole with me, and we have plans afterwards. It's not going to be a very long comp either. That's a long drive for a little local comp. It's not a big event. Let's see. I don't know if I... Oh, there we go. Is that a 133? Or is that a... That appears to be the correct one. Throw some rod ends on. Do you need to run a separate BEC for the receiver with that BR Mini? The BR Mini, I believe, has a small BEC on it, unlike the Crawlmaster Mini. Not a big event, but good for practice. Absolutely good for practice. That's why I'm going. A couple-hour drive is not a big deal. 7-hour drive, that's a much longer drive. So this should be the proper one. I definitely think that I need to get those links slightly more organized. What is that tool? This is the Zerba tool. SZCZERBA. That, in combination with the Team Garage Hack tool, makes link building the fastest. And I just store... It's got a little 1/4 inch thing in the top. And normally that's meant to put like a... They designed it so you could put like a regular, like a Phillips head bit in there so that you could just run this whole thing off of the drill. So it was kind of like this, but it was just big and bulky. But I found like this combo to be just the best. And then I just store it in there when it goes in my bench or in my box. Phoenixes, yeah, Phoenixes will actually be, they should be in stock next week. I think we've been saying beginning of February, but next week should be the day. Open Monday, could be Tuesday. I would tell people Wednesday. You can get this scare people from you can get the Servo tool, this thing, from RC Scale Works. Works is with an X. If you look up RC Scale Works in a slightly different spelling, you end up on a website for someone who makes like cosplay reptile type costumes. It's a little different. Different website. Why name your product with a simple, easily pronounceable name? Yeah, this was made by a gentleman named Shane Zerba. And I've known Shane for a lot of years. Years and years and years. Those are called scalies. Yes, Alex, I learned that from you. But I've known Shane for a lot of. That is not the right steering link at all. What the hell was that thing from? Wow. What was I thinking? I have no idea what that's from. It's not a Wraith. Not that long. What percentage of Phoenix parts are made in, the Phoenix is an overseas kit. That's why how we were able to make that thing affordable. But we're very clear with that. It says it right on the box. Okay. So I need to find the appropriate drag link number. Or tie rod, not drag link. Let's see. Well, do I oh, the OCD when looking. Yeah. Let's see. Let's. Um, Trying to see if I have a set of takeoff axles from anything. Oh, that's what that tie rod's from, is a capri. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. I'm just tear the Phoenix apart. My Phoenix isn't here. Otherwise, I'd steal it. My Phoenix is at the office. But but that one. There's no plans for the woods runner to hit the rocks soon. So, my friend, I'm sorry. Right. And let's go ahead and just steal this drag link 2 just in case. There's a double bed of rod ends in the clear tub. You're killing me, Chris. Not even, I don't even care now. Don't even look at. Can't even see up there that it doesn't have a link on it. Can't even tell. That's not the one. Go to your home. Making progress. Sacrificial lamb, not like you don't have. Yeah, I know. I can have another one. I can get another. I can get a replacement quickly. Okay. Enough. That should be. Let's see if this link will work for our steering. No, it's too long. I'm pretty sure that's why I didn't have. Okay, I need. It's like a good 5 or 6 millimeters shorter. Oh, but the one that I had on there before should have been close. Did I put that back in the freaking box? What is wrong with me? Oh, wait, no. That looks maybe too short. Longer rod end. I hate longer rod ends. I refuse longer rod ends. And I needed this one to be shorter, not longer. I'm betting on Maddie for the Nationals deal? You're crazy. It's gonna work. It's gonna be just fine. Okay. Let's make sure this has enough thread. Yes. Yes. Let's put a little bit of thread lock on this particular screw. There we go. Longer ends will break and bind right where the thread. That's exactly why I hate longer rod ends. Is that you get the link goes in to a certain part of the plastic, and then you end up with this section that's only this plastic for a longer distance, and then you get this point. So you always end up breaking those rod ends, right? That's why I never use Jado rod ends. So perfect. Everything's nice and smooth. I've got full travel everywhere. I'm starting my upper link here and this lower link start to touch at about 3/16 of an inch before the travel's done. So I could take a shorter upper link and go to one of these holes on the chassis. That could be something to do in the future, but for right now, it'll be fine. So I've got enough travel that is not a problem. So looking pretty good there. Holy crap! I just bought the new Primal V3. That's a big box to get to the house. That's a cool truck. I like it. I like your commitment. Okay, Servo. Channel 1. 1 to steer, 2 to clear. Throw servo into direct power connector. Excuse me. Now we need to replace some double-sided tape. 1 to turn, 2 to burn. 1 to turn, 2 to burn. 1, what did I say? 1 to steer, 2 to clear. Is that F10 metal or plastic? It's plastic. These are basically exactly like, these are the stock axles that came out of the Phoenix. I built these out of a set of test axle component sets. So that was it. I am going to need to find some heavier springs. Oh, you know what I didn't grab is 5 mil wheel nuts. Got lots and lots of 4 mil. Rig number 2 to cannibalize. This one doesn't even have wheels on it, so how bad can I feel? I'm gonna need to. Someone just, yeah, Steve Morgan, take him off the carnivore. Yep, see. And now we know why he doesn't sell any trucks. They're missing parts and used. Exactly. Exactly. I was just like, yeah, it would be, but will Vanquish make an SCX6 Origin? No. No, it will not. Hey, let's. I've been contemplating this. Can you imagine building a rig and talking to a screen? This is what, yeah. It's this part can be a little bit of a pain. Constantly looking up. I am going to, I don't think that I had any weight on this. I'm inside these. And I'm thinking about adding it. Double check. So these have rings. Which is fine then. No brake weights at the F10. I do have a brake weight. I just didn't know if I was still running plastic inner clamp rings or not. I don't think I'm gonna. I just wanted to open up. I really had no idea what I was running on this. I could not recall, but I do have a brass ring, so. Don't run them very often. So, it's a 475 hub, with the brake weight. To get them out to flush, you have to run a 475. If you want to run a 350 hub with the brake weight, you either have to be running a straight axle, or you have to run a straight axle, or you have to machine down the brake weight, which I've done. I think I actually did that on my Phoenix. So, no. Now this, I need to check what my 90.1 night wheels for sale comp tomorrow. Don't know that. I have a bunch of stuff that I should bring that I have for sale, actually. I should throw some of those totes in the Jeep. So I didn't shave down the bump stops on these axles. If you shave them down, you can get these axles to crank to like 55, 60 degrees of steering almost. We get our Dremel on again. Where did I do with it? It's over here. Let's see. Ah. Speaking of hub offsets and VP, is the spec of a hub measured from the face of the hub to the inboard face of the hex pocket? What is interesting? I'd have to go back and look at my print again. It I've looked at that print so many times. Um, so so this this box is 225s, 350s, 475s, 600s, 725s, and 850s. Um, so let's see. We'll go to inches. Okay, it is from the face. Whoops. It's from the face to the back side of this hub. Now, if technically it's probably not the way that it should have been done, because really you'd want it like where the face of the hex goes. But honestly, at the time that these were made and named, it was the only wheel that had anything like it. So it wasn't really like something that it was setting the standard. But it's 850 from the wheel mounting face to the back side, and that hex pocket is 167, 1675. So, like this one here should measure 0.475 from this to this back side. And granted, I'm using calipers, but yeah. So, how many totes or plastic boxes do you have? Oh, so this is all and then this side is all the brass options. Check solder points at BEC as well. Wait, what? Oh, I think you're probably talking to somebody else. I was like, wait, what did I do? So the hex pocket starts from the back side of the at a standard depth. That is a standard depth on our hubs. Not everywhere though. So it's like if at today's time I was trying to like set this standard, I would have done it for where the face of the hex mounted, because that distance could, the depth of a hex can vary. So it's just like, it's not a great way, but it's been that way for like what, 12 years now, so it's a hindsight issue. And it was before I was there, so I can blame it on somebody else. What do I do with my safety glasses? Am I going to have to use safety squints? Did I put them away? I did. The Chinesium hubs seem the hex depth is deeper. Oh, no kidding. Ooh, these glasses are dirty. Josh, will Nicole be in charge of selling items while you were crawling? No. All right, a little bit of dremeling. Okay. Wow. RTX having a hard time with it this time. What do you know? It was a different sound, right? There we go. So now, so with the bump stop, it stops right there, molded into the axle. That there's a nice hard stop. So, and then when you go the other way now, so there's no bump stop for it to hit, so it goes further without, without. Okay, time for the other side. All right. A little more mess again, but which has better steering, the VS410 Pro or the Ultra? VS410 has a little bit more. Any negatives to taking off those bump stops? Yeah, you without the bump stop, it'll over travel itself, and then you start to put stress on the joint. So you put stress on the shaft, and then you can also you have a higher chance of also breaking a knuckle. So you're definitely putting parts in more risk of breakage. Is that variable speed? It is. So it's right here. It goes from 1 to 6. Does it say the RPM range? It does not there. It's let's see, 5,000 to 37,000 RPM range. So good range. Well, you just set your travel limits, don't you? Yes, but you can absolutely move parts past the travel limits, especially under an impact or anything like that. You know, if your servo's at a max and you fall or hit something and that force, it'll push your servo past, and then you can end up with those overstressing points. So it's something to consider. More tires. Is that an orange creep bodied rig by a Winch? Nope, that is that's my class 1. It's I just printed a orange hood for it. So that is the class 1 truck. It's just the new hood and grill. The class 1 hopefully will be badass when it is complete. All right. What time is it? 8:07. We've only been going 2 hours. We got a lot done for 2 hours. Okay. Everything's looking good. Steering looks good. Super tight. Nice. We need to get I need to find the batteries for it. I need to remember when I said I was going to adjust the gearing before I put it all back in there? I didn't. Damn it. All right, we have some math to do real quick. I totally forgot about that. So we got to pull that trans back out. Let me open up a spreadsheet real quick, like apps, sheets, blank. Okay. I could go to, what happens if I do switch for a second? Hey, we're going to do a spreadsheet. Oh, it's trying to find me with the other camera, which it can't do. Fun with spreadsheets. Okay, so I'm just going to do some quick math. So we're going to do pinion, spur. Then inside of the transmission, we've got the top gear. Let's see. Bottom gear. Then inside the transmission, we have inside the T case, we have the input. And we'll just go right to a output. So pinion and spur, right now I'm at a 1356. The top gear is a 20. The bottom gear is a 52. The input gear is also a 20. And the front output stock is a 30. So to calculate, we've got the spur divided by the pinion. And then we're going to take that times the bottom gear divided by the top gear. And we're going to take that times the output divided by the input. Why did it give us a times? There we go. Okay. So, and then, so that's just the transmission side. Then our axles, we have the pinion, axle pinion, ring gear. Then we have top portal, bottom portal. Axle pinion is a 8, and the ring gear in the front is a 30. Top portal. Oh, what is the portal gears? I know my portal ratio is 1:4 to 1. Urgh. Let's see. Uh, portal gear standard. Oh, actually, I have the overdrive set in there because that is stock in the F10s. Portal overdrive gear. So it is a 20/8. So wait, is that not 8? 20/28 is what I meant. Top is a 20, bottom is a 28. So therefore we have the ring gear divided by the axle pinion times the lower divided by the upper, 525 to 1. So then our total reduction is equal to that times that, 88.2 to 1, which is way too deep. We need to be around between 40 and 50 to 1. So I'm going to go to a 52 tooth spur and a 17 tooth. So that puts me at 62 to 1. It's still a little slower than I would like to go, but I'm okay with that for now. So let me see what I have for pinions real quick. I had to do that math, and since I had to do it, you guys had to watch me do it. Pinions, I've got, ooh, what is this here? That's a 20. What happens if I do a 20 tooth on the spur? 53. Ah, if I can fit that. I don't know if I can fit that or not. That's a 15. This, that says 14. I don't, it looks way bigger than 14. 19. What would a 19 give me? 56. Okay. Okay. Let's see what I can fit. All right. Sounds like no comp tomorrow. Either way, I could run. I mean, I could run with an 88 to 1. It would just be like, ugh. I'm just checking with what pinions I actually have on hand. So we need to pull this transmission out. Now, if I switch to 4S, which this servo, this 500, I think is only 3S capable. So okay. It is nice that it's just 3 screws and the transmission's out, though. I mean, I should have the bottom one in, but I better change that servo. We almost did, but then I didn't. Okay, so pop. Now the reason it's 4S too. Okay, well, why was I only running 3S? I feel like something in here was only 3S. This is an older 500 servo. Headed back to the THA clubhouse. You'll have fun. 500 V3 is definitely 4S capable. Is this a V3? It is a V3. Then I don't know. Thanks again, Chris. Hey, if you're still there, did you ever think more about that 24-hour thing? Let me know. Love to come out. Okay, this is that 52 tooth spur gear that I had brought. I had the forethought to bring this home. I just took that off. What did I do with the screws, you think? Well, that's interesting. Can anyone remind me how much of an idiot I am and where I put the 3 freaking screws that I pulled out of this thing? Sweet. How far could they have gone? Um, what the actual fuck did I do with it? Check the trash can. I mean, near that link near the servo. I don't see them. I don't think I threw them away. Freaking God. I don't see them in the waiting for someone that rewound and well behind the mug. Goddamn ridiculous. I've got new ones. I don't even want them anymore. I don't want the old ones. They were stupid. Oh, did they get stuck to the motor? No. No. God damn it. They were right here. They were in front of I I impress even myself with how dumb. Eh, we all told you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You sure there's no alcohol in that mug? Oh, I'm positive. It's just it's sick brain. Okay. All right. Now let's loosen up these motor screws. Let's see how far we can drop this thing down and what pinion we can fit. I like to see that I used a good amount of Loctite in there. Way to go, me. This one's going to fit either. I think that's about perfect. Let's see. Oh, like I was saying, I need to make sure that I run a wee bit of thread lock on your pinion screw. Nothing's worse than hearing that sound when you're on course. The sound of a whirring pinion. Whee! Ah, that's a hair too tight. I don't think that is going to be a happy mesh. I think uh, it's it's like almost perfect, but you know what? I want that reduction, so I'm gonna run it, but I'm not gonna. I need like a quarter of a millimeter. So there's one solution, and that is make more room. So we're gonna file. That's gonna do it. Hey, Moose Jaw made it. Ever lost a comp due to opinion? I don't think so. Survey says sucks that I can't tell until I put the screws all the way back in. Use a Kimbrough gear. I mean, that's still a 50, 52 is a 52. So it's just math there. I mean, it could have a more of a backlash tolerance or something, but room for days now. Yes. Yes. Go. Success. Hey, that should give us. I went with the 19. So I think that the theoretical stock maximum would have been an 18. Let's make sure we hook up and phase our drive shafts before screwing everything together. Ah, the magnet in that motor is freaking strong. we're about to the point where I'm going to have to go grab that cliffhanger body that I've begun, that I have started the painting process on. So, throw a couple these things back in here. Okay, front bumper holes. Yes, that is something we need to do next. If you guys have noticed, I drank a huge mug of tea and a 20 ounce of squirt. I'm gonna go grab that cliffhanger body and take a 2-minute break. Okay, I apologize. But some things, some things just can't wait. Anyway, so I've begun to paint this body. You can tell by the lighting that it looks better on video than it does in person. The window masks are still on. That's because it needs more paint. This is 2 medium coats. So we need to do bumper holes. I should do that first so that I can determine the body position. I'm gonna cut out the back and I'll probably I'll do the black bed. Maybe I'll cricket something for tonight. So, bumper, train of thought here. So I cut that back. Now I cut one hole off the chassis so that I could move it back a position. So I'm going to reuse one of the original holes and then create a new one. And there is currently a screw in the chassis in the way. Everyone amazed it's not orange. I've got orange wheels. So I don't usually do orange wheels and orange body. Oh my God. This truck was silver before, remember? The Power Wagon body that was on here was silver. So that's why I went back with silver. Come on. Where's the hole? Ah, okay. Okay. So that's much better. Now the front of the bumper is right at the front of the tires. So before it stuck out further and it was just a clearance pain. So now I can tuck this right up there into position. Stinger basically right at the front of the body. I mean, it is right at the front of the body. Okay. So I'm good with that. Let's create that new, make ourselves a hole. Um, ba, 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 ba. So more math real quick, like 2.5 divided by 25.4 is 0.098. That's 332. 0.093. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Spotted. Yeah. Creepy Crawler RC. Thank you for your donation and your therefore shout out. Thanks for donating. Thanks for joining. We had a good crowd in here tonight, even though I'm just rambling on about working on nonsensical projects on this truck. Josh, you need your Vanquish screw holder. I do. That's where I'm putting the screws. It's right here in front of me. It's just out of camera view. That is not the carbon body. That is correct. It is not yet. That is right here. But I don't want to run this without some inner support, like a cage and things like that. So until I have that, I don't want to run this. So that's why I'm just running a temporary body. What winch hook are you using? None for tomorrow because there is no winching. But when I do use a winch hook, I use the AutoZone keychain one that everyone likes to use. Just go until you feel servo, and then back out a hair. True story. Okay. I'm gonna run a tap down, 3 mil tap, just a cut tap. Ran it in about 4 millimeters of the 8 millimeter. So okay, so what's on the keychain? I miss it. Yeah, it's like a someone in here will know the name, but it's like a double carabiner. Kind of looks. It's kind of like the shape of an S with little latches on each side. Um, it's pretty common thing. So, did you ever get your tube notcher built with the electric die grinder? So I mean, I have the die grinder, I have the burr wheel, but I have not mounted it like I want. Benton Scale Crawler Fab Shop, who he was in here earlier. I don't know if he is still or not. I think he posted a picture of the setup on Instagram. He did it. We had talked about it, and he knocked it out like right away and did a really good job. I think he posted a photo. If not, check his Instagram, Scale Crawler Fab Shop. All right, so drilled and tapped for the new bumper, new bumper screws. Mod roll call. What mods are still in here? Saw Moose Jaws in here now. I think I saw Alex still a minute ago, maybe Jesse. I think Phoenix faded off to bed a while ago. Night Eyes Hooks. Tony Mazza. What's going on, sir? Right. Get these. Screw SB. Yes, S Beaner. Sounds like a very logical name for him. Okay. Go. ET. Can I get a running total? Working on it. Phoenix is here. He's just working on a project. I figured he'd fallen asleep on. Running total. Well, this truck was, I think when we tallied this truck up the first time we built it, it was at like 1,800 bucks. And I think that was before we ended up doing the Holmes winch in it. I had a power shift in it to start. So that was probably $100 left. So call it 1,900. Then we added the F10 axles compared to the axial straight axles. Those are like 120, 100. Wait, there's like 180. So let's call these $50 more. Shock swap. Call it a even, close to even trade. If anything, these SADs are going to be a little bit less expensive. Cliffhanger body is maybe less expensive. Your voice is getting better the later it gets. Can't wait for the smoke. Josh tomorrow. Oh man. Yeah, that's man. The my voice earlier today was the worst. But yeah. Holy shit, that's pricey. Yeah, these trucks, just because flat rails are simple, it's like got a window open for bodies. I've been painting just outside the front door. Still have more to do. Oh man, it still stinks though. This thing is going to smell of fresh paint tomorrow at the comp. It's gonna have to ride in the bed of the truck because stick down the ESC. Yep, I need to get the wiring cleaned up now. ESC. Remember when we used to make fun of my massive roll of double-sided tape? Look what we've become. There's almost none left. There we go. All right. Best servo winch. I mean, the Holmes is, after using it, like, I love this thing. It's pretty wild though. I mean, you gotta be ready. The first time I used it, I was driving Chris from TGH. I was driving his personal truck, and I was using it in Colorado. I was like, oh man, like that. Like I was not expecting that kind of speed. I had seen it in action at nationals from those guys, and it was wild fast. But until you actually use it yourself, you're just like, oh, that's even. The experience is much more crazy. What box of hardware is that? It's just a plain O box that I've filled with hardware. Okay. So, gotta plug this stuff back in again. Again, ESC channel 2. 1 to steer, 2 to clear. That is the correct terminology. As was contested earlier with the 1 to turn, 2 to burn. How do you spend $900 on an SCX24? Oh, you can do it. You can do it quite easily. I've seen it many times. Seen it. My own eyes. Okay. Doot, doot, doot. Doot, 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 doot. There ain't a whole lot left else other than that. We got some wiring to clean up. Best shocks for a TRX4, SCX3, or stick with stock. Best shocks for TRX4. TRX4 shocks are some of the best. I mean, you could change them, but I mean, TRX4 shocks are pretty damn good. I don't know that I would be in a hurry to change them. SCX3, however, absolutely change those. Sitting on the screw. Body mounts, yes, body mounts are for sure a thing. That is what we will get to next. But I'm going to get this whole war cleaned up. Just enough to make do for the time being. As again, everything you see here is very, very temporary. Okay. These zip ties are the right size, but however, way too long. What do you recommend? I mean, for the SCX3, let's see. The Portal one, I think, still runs 90s, right? I mean, I've been basically putting these type shot or SC8s on just about everything. You can also run TRX4 shocks on just about anything else. I think they have some upgrade ones too, don't they? Let's see. What other ones have I liked in the past? The Traxxas ones. These. Hmm. I mean, honestly, right now, I either have these shocks or TRX4 shocks on. Well, oh, the associated shocks. They're a bigger bore, so they don't fit in a lot of trucks. But if they do, those associated team shocks are pretty freaking sweet because they're basically an old race buggy shock. Okay, so there's that. All right, the truck itself, other than I need to replace this rear cross member that's had it, that I broke at some point. Josh, don't tell us about dual spring shocks for heavy frame. Can you tell us about dual spring shocks for heavy top body and light frame and tuning them? You're just talking about a dual rate, like a. I mean, if you have a lot of unsprung weight, up on top of the chassis, it's just there's only so much you're gonna be able to do. Sorry, I mean to cough. Um, which shocks are you use? Are those you have now? These are the S8Es. These are the ones that come on the VS410 Phoenix, the new one. These are just a 90 millimeter version. So we have the 90 millimeter parts on the site now. However, we don't have the 90 millimeter springs. That's why I'm still got 80 millimeter springs and my preload collars are all the way down. I just need the proper 90 millimeter springs, which I'll run at some point. On a comp truck like this, I could have gone with mini T springs because they fit on these shocks perfectly, but I just don't have them. So it's, but I really like these new. These are very similar to a big bore in a lot of ways. Diameters, I think a millimeter or so smaller. I think these are 8 millimeter, and those are 10. So we got that. I can feel that front upper link on this side starting to bind, and it's bugging me. What's wrong with your voice? I'm sick. I have been sick. I'm getting better. I've been congested and all that. I don't have the sick, but that is what is wrong with my voice at the moment. The mic has a cold. His voice is fine. Thanks. All right, so I'm just determining exact body location. I'm gonna have some body trimming to do. He has the Omari. What? You want me to start singing? He has the Josh sick. So you live in. You sound like you live in Palm Springs. What does that mean? What do people in Palm Springs sound like? I've never been there. Where's Nicole? She also has this same congestion going on. So she's like, well, I'm not going on sounding like this. But she'll be with me at the comp tomorrow. Okay. Body mounts. I am pretty worried that I have used most of my body posts because it's not. Wait a minute. Nope. Darn it. Okay. Thought I had a body post set. Um. Ooh. One more moment. I need to run and check another kit. I'll be right back. I had another scavenging yet another. All right. So, stealing some body posts out of. Josh left the stream again. I'm sensing a new stream. Well, this is one of those ones where stuff has to get done. So it's either I leave the stream for a minute or I end the stream because I got no time to just be like, I'll get it done off camera. It's either now or never. If it has to happen too many more times before this is done, we're going to end the stream. What's up, Chiefy? Come here. What's up, Baba? Good boy. What's up? That's a good boy. What chassis are you using? This is the Brazen Scale ATL Pro chassis. Yeah. That's a good boy. So sometimes things have to stop getting done when Chief is ready for pets. Because pretty much get. You mean like the springs? Those are for a different reason, yes. There we go. There you go. Good boy. Chief licks things, which is weird, like a lot. You want me to move this? Would you be more comfortable? Yeah. All right. Back to contemplating body locations. So with this in this location, let's try and move that back a little bit. Thank you. Stop. All right. So the rear is right on the bed. The front is got, I don't know, 3/8 of an inch of clearance. I'm here, cat. Without telling your cat. Yeah, I know. Let's try going first hole on the mount. I'm gonna go to the back side. That's why, because wait, did I just do that? Yeah, it's okay. What panhard mount is that? That's the VS410 panhard mount, the Vanquish VS410 panhard. It's a pretty easy solution. It's an aluminum one. It's available on the website. trim in some excess. Where's Sook? Nicole is in bed, so Sookie is attached. Sookie is absolutely Nicole's cat. Sookie barely cares if I'm in the room. However, she will follow Nicole around. Is it on your website? It is on the Vanquish website, yes. Let's let's see if that's too long. Too long. Go with that one. Let's try running this. This fix for TRX4 Sport bump steer. It's just a geometry thing. It just kind of is the way it is. You have to design it. You either have equal length panhard and drag link or you don't. And they don't. So it's not terrible, but it's there. I think I'm in love with this truck. A fun little truck. And a good one to have around. That is slightly longer. May have to switch to button head. I hate having different screws on each side. God damn it. Put a zip tie in that hole on this side. Back to that. I think that one's a little too long. I think I'm in love with Josh. It says meat Servo. So Josh, what kind of comp are you going to that you won't let you use a winch? So, I mean, honestly, most of the comps that I've been to are no winching comps. Like, it's only like straight Sorka, but that does. At the same time, it doesn't bother me. It makes the courses built to a way that are driving focused, not winching focused. Because if you can winch, it completely changes everything. And you have to you're basically built to think about winching. So I don't mind when they're not. Uh, did you replace the rear crossmember yet? No, I have to make a new one. So I'm going to have to 3D print a new one tonight. It will likely have to print after the stream. Where are I see the marks? I think so. Let's see. We can do a quick check to see if that is what I think it is. The tips of these are 61 millimeters apart. Probably them. I know that you should do this, before you paint and all that, but I didn't have time for that. It's gonna work. What's the worst comp DNF due to mechanical failure? Man, I had back in the Berg days, I was competing at ECC, which is or was at Cherokee Rock Village, same place that nationals would be held. And I remember I was trying to climb that had a bit of a like it kind of had a bounce, and I came back down and it shock loaded the front trans on my Berg at the time, and I remember it snapped the gear inside, which was something that would happen. And then that gear tooth went through the gear train and it bent the pinion shaft on my motor, which basically meant that I had to replace an entire armature, you know, as well as the gears that I broke. So, which caused me a DNF on the course. I ended up getting everything replaced. I need to go up one hole on these mounts. Um, I ended up getting everything replaced, but like that was like the one of the worst breaks that I had on course. I also remember I broke a chassis in half at the 24-hour comp in Indiana when it was like right through the rear shock mounts, and it was a Delrin chassis. It wasn't carbon fiber. But don't you need to get your windshields up to par? Oh yeah, absolutely. It's just this comp doesn't have that, and any comp driving is better than no comp driving. So I'm absolutely going to take the opportunity. You still going? I am. I still got stuff to do. Kitty is not happy about the lack of attention. Where in Indiana was the comp? It was right in Indianapolis, called the Rocks Box. It was an indoor facility, and we had multiple competitions there, but the indoor 24-hour comp was one of my favorite comps ever, honestly. That cat has a mean comp stance. Like to see you build a drift car. I built most of a chassis on a stream one night. It's up above me here. It was an older one. Your rear camera moved. It's a lot. And that's probably just my feet kicking it. Or oh, it's the truck that is there as well. Let's grab a couple of washers while we're at it. Back them. Not the best method for mounting bodies. I've done it a number of times lately. Um, but it's going to get the job done. Once I get around to it, I'll design and build a new cross member that'll better support it. This upper one here in the back, it needs some support as well. Again, I highly doubt that I will have any time to get that. Eating some Taco Bell and drinking a few Corona. Hey, that's, if I wasn't already a little sick, that would sound, or still a little sick, that would sound better. Okay. Maybe another turn or so on that. Yeah, that'll do it for the front at least. The other one go. There it is. All right. All right, we're throwing a couple of body clips in for the meantime so I can get the rear positions figured out. Just get it held in it. So where do you keep your SCX-24 in a dark closet with your illegitimate stack kits? The one from the budget build is at the office. My other carbon fiber build is right here. That's got RC four-wheel drive scramblers on it. And I mean, it's built pretty similar too. It's got a Fury Attack, one of them PN Racing setups, a Power Hobby servo. And this one is actually probably a little bit better even than my budget build one, but it was just kind of like a test bed for some stuff, and I never finished it. I'd like to run that one too. That's your class 0. All right. Let's get the rear mounts looked at. So the good news is that, all right, we're going to use the rear hole, try and get it as flush to the rail as possible. Body clips. And that's going to work. Going to be snazzy. Chief hollering out there. Couple of screws. I'm not dead. This grapefruit tastes horrible. Grapefruit is the best. I'm sorry, what hole? The rear hole, I said, Phoenix. How do so many people not like grapefruit? You just cut a grapefruit in half, put a little sugar on it, not a lot, just a little, and you eat it with a grapefruit spoon. It's delicious. All right. Pleased with that. How is grapefruit soda so much better than grapefruit? I'm telling you, it's all good. I'm just curious because my local club run practice and series comp every weekend, and we film a lot. We like to see some of our. If you want to see some, I think I might have missed the intermediate conversation there, Joe. If you have, is that like A poker joke, poker in liquor, poker in the poker in the front, liquor in the oh, wait. Liquor in front. Yeah. Nowadays, I think you can arrange that store any way you like, and it's socially acceptable. How to enjoy grapefruit? Open trash can, place grapefruit inside can. Enjoy. Got a TRX4 Land Rover with a brushless system and tires to make better trailer. I've got like a 16-week video series on that TRX4 like that. That would be where I would start, because basically everything in that series is what you're asking. It was called the TRX4 Budget Build Off. All right. I think you have the best chat. Random things seem to stimulate the hell out of All right, so get the body put back on. Front body both lined up. We're gonna put the body clips just in case. I'd love to see a comp video, Josh. That would be cool. I plan on recording tomorrow and putting it into the episode for Wednesday, for the Road to Scale Nationals. So, yeah, think. Yep, that will work. When the paint is thin enough, since it's not complete, you can just shine a light underneath. Okay. Perfect. Aha, 6 dropped right down on. Like a glove. Light can go back. 2 more body pins. All right. Am I ready for... I think I just have to finish. This is the latest I've ever seen you go. We've gone much later for sure. I think even a couple of weeks ago we had a late one. But I think that this truck is all set. Other than I want to fix that upper link. I'm going to fix that upper link while we're here still. Because it's bugging me. I can feel that bind, and part of it is because of the what was I gonna say? Is because the springs are so soft and it's riding lower. But I just would rather get it fixed now. too short. So all that work we went through to find the right front upper link was all for nothing. Something slightly longer than that. Ooh, is that one gonna work? I think it might. I have one that's bent, which I'm okay with. Let's see. A lot of the links that I have are, ooh, that one. That could be the perfect titanium one that's not bent. Let's not take those off. Let's just I want this truck to be right. Toe out will get rid of the bind. No, it won't. That will have no such it will have zero change. What did I... Let's see. Bent by the link. Yeah. So like a ton of the links that I have here are links that were, for other. They were for previous projects or previous products. So it's like a lot of this stuff was just links that we didn't have or that were made incorrectly at the shop, and they would just get scrapped. So I keep them. Is there ever a time that if too much flex is bad? Absolutely. You don't necessarily about a tire height worth of flex, so that you get so that it goes to about the top of the tire. Like that's about what I've got now. So pretty controllable amount. It won't get your truck out of shape and wadded up and flipped over. Low center of gravity links. I don't know what you mean. That I don't. It's not a thing that I've ever heard of. How's your head? What's wrong with Moose Jaw's head? Did you hit your head on something, Moose Jaw? Or does someone just tell you that because you're friends with me? Or is that why you didn't do a live? Flex is for Instagram, not for comps. So 6 inches of flex is excessive with 5.4 inch tall tires. I mean, you're pretty close there, so you probably don't have too much to worry about in that case. But like, you start getting, it's gonna be a range, but neck pains late. Okay, that I got you. Well, then yes, I hope you feel better. Where's the 2.5 right there? And needle nose, scalpel. So I guess I should show you guys a little bit of what I'm talking about before I take it apart. Currently, the upper link here, when it's starting to flex, it starts touching the rod end on the lower link. And that's because of how far down the skid is angled, because of the angled skid. with the skid being angled, it makes the rod ends go up more so that they're already close. So like if it was on a normal truck, it would have a lot more room and it would collide if it got way up high, which just doesn't happen normally. But in a situation like this, you begin to run into it. So I'm going to pull that out, and instead we're going to replace it with a shorter version that goes in one of these other holes in the chassis. And I'll show you that in a moment. We're going to make it to 10 p.m. Pacific. I mean, it's a possibility. I mean, I'll be working until then, but whether or not I still have enough content to show on a live stream is another thing. That one also too long now. Angle is good. Send it. Right. What is the benefits of an angled skid? Sorry for the new questions. No, that's a reasonable question. So the thought process behind angled skids are that you can take and you're increasing the clearance at this point. It's not looked at as lowering up here. It's looked at as angling in the back. So it's like it's just giving you extra clearance in this region, is the thought process behind it. Just like anything, there's give and take to that decision. So, you know, you start going too much, you start having really goofy link geometry, and no one likes goofy. Thanks for starting a craving that couldn't be ignored. I had to eat a grapefruit. I bet there's not many other people in the chat that have a grapefruit in their house. Putting bind in the driveline, it can do that if you start going excessive. Absolutely. It's not too far out of the realm of reasonable. Nobody loves goofy. It's not, like I said, not too. Oh, it's, yeah, smoother now. Now I don't have any binding until it touches other things in the axles. So I moved the front upper link from right here, this hole, to up there by going with a shorter link. So now there's no binding. I get a ton of travel way up in there. We're good to go. Good to go. Again, I still need to sort out stiffer springs, but we'll get to that. Matt, is this still on? Aren't you supposed to be in bed? Shouldn't you be building a fire or something like that? Trying to keep warm in your frozen tundra? Maybe running in place. Had all of these things in and out so many times. Will that cause torque twist? Will that cause torque? As far as that change in link geometry, no. I think the only thing that would change, I mean, there is, what would that be? Anti-dive a little bit will change, but in the front with a truck like this and how much weight bias we have, I don't think it's going to be anything you'd notice. It will change how your pinion angle changes during during the actual movement. So 4-bar, not triangulated. In this, we call this a 3-link with panhard. So 4 bars, yes, but we call it 3-link with panhard is how this is set up. I'm super pleased with how everything cycles, though. Other than being a little light, a little loose in the spring rate. Beyond that, we are looking mint. Okay. That I want to put a zip tie back in that front section just because it's right next to the spur gear up there. And that's the one thing I don't want things just moving around next to all willy-nilly. Okay. All right, we are wired. We've done our bumper tuck. We've done shock change, axle change, gear change, adjusted our gearing. You need some wire cleanup. It's not that bad, Matt, but maybe. Like I said, this is temporary. I took the winch out right now. Do you get overtime for these hours? Let's see. I don't think no win just for tomorrow's comp. I need to do some cleanup. I want to make sure the programming and all that wise. I didn't want to worry about it since I can't use it. And I was just like, if I'm gonna go compete with that, I might as well take it out since I can't use it in competition tomorrow. Um, I might as well not have the weight in there. That all right. So I just need a little bit more paint. Did you find batteries yet? Nope. Let's look for those. Um, um, specifically thought I made a box full of batteries. I did, right there. Okay. I don't know if it's in this one, but I thought it was. There, there. Need to check that one. And I think that's all I have. I'll just have to peek between. But why would you use XT60s over Deans and vice versa? I like the way that XT60s solder much better. They have a rotatable pin. I think that they're way more secure to undo. They also flow more amperage. So for those reasons is the reason that I choose. Use the smart one because it has the pin alignment. Is this? That's what I thought. Okay. I think that battery may just be 100% dead. truck will be quite different at nationals. It will be. That is true. Yep. Okay. So that one's 58% charged. This one is 62% charged. Cool. And this one is completely dead. I had written bad on dead question mark, which is what I thought. So that needs to be disposed of in a proper manner, which I always do. I like EC-IC plugs. I don't mind. What happened to the safe battery storage? So most of mine are that box not. Agreed. Agreed. So my battery sits neatly on that carbon fiber tray right there that I made. See it? Velcros in, and then it's held by the notches of the chassis perfectly. So it cannot move forward or backwards and can't come off. Just the perfect little setup. Let's grab my radio. What's this one on? Capra currently, menu, model select, class 2, yes. Okay, mixing is on currently because it's set up for the winch, but I don't need it currently. No smoke, no smoke. No reaction either. Jesus, that servo's fast. But my sub trim needs adjusted. So let's see. That is in. Not in that. So we're going to go model. Nope. Linkage. Sub trim. Let's see. There we go. Probably going to have to take that servo off, right? That servo horn. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to a 24 millimeter servo horn. I've got a lot more steering throw with these axles than I did with those SCX3 axles. And I'm just, let me double check my endpoints first. Endpoint. Yeah. Well, let me crank these endpoints all the way because this goes to 140. I'm not sure if that servo will react at all to that. Oh yeah. So it does not want to turn that direction as far. See, it's not centered. It's off, but it'll go all the way left. But we'll try pulling that servo horn off first. See if just centering it will do anything for us, and then we'll go from there. Gosh, are you going to get a high-low chassis? Got mine built with a... What's the high-low chassis? Is that a brazen scale one? Is that the new one that he made? Situation normal, all effed up. Snafu. Huh. I mean, I know I've always heard foobar, but so sub trim. We're gonna go to 0. Okay, so we're at 0. Let's pop the servo horn off. Now, try about like that. Kind of between teeth, I think, but almost. It won't quite get full throw. Let's try offsetting one tooth. Wait, which way? So one tooth the other way. And then we can look at sub trimming back. I think that's just one. That's pretty much equal, but I know I can. That's pretty good. It's good enough. I was going to change it, but that's a reasonable position. My steering arms are like almost at the point where they're maxing out. When I tear this thing apart again later, then I'll probably go ahead and throw the 24 millimeter on there. So and so fast, good and fast. Oh, my, I need to revert. I was like, why is that going reverse now? Channel 2 is now. Because I put portals on it and added an extra set of gears. Wheel speed is reasonable. Gear noise sounds good. Servo is a Holmes SHV 500 V3. So we are. I just need to finish the body. God damn it, I do that every time. I've picked this body up 4 times and done that every time. Let's see. Well, I'm going to have to try to find that. I do have a lack of body pins. So measure the wheelbase left and right sides. I can do that. What front bumper is that? It is a UC Fab front bumper that I modified a little bit myself. So we're at 12 and just over a quarter because it's a 12-3 wheelbase link set. And real close to the same on this side. So, isn't it best to change the forward reverse of the motor using the ESC settings? In a brushless setup, that's important as well. This is a brushed setup, and it depends on. So the timing is set on the actual end bell of the physical motor. So technically, what I should do is go onto the motor, check the timing marks, and make sure that I'm advanced the proper direction for the rotation of the axles. However, with what our setup is, I'm not going to pull that motor out and check that. I'm not sure if Holmes set it at a neutral 0-degree timing or if he's got like 11 degrees of advance in it, which I think is common for 3S standard setting motors. I don't know that, and for now, I'm not going to be able to check it. Going in and changing the direction of an ESC on a brushed motor doesn't matter. So I say that, I mean, depends on if you have curves and all that kind of stuff. Really maxing out the scale points. Thanks, Matt. Thanks. Scale points don't matter tomorrow, sir. So yeah, anyway. I've got to finish painting. I've got to charge some batteries. This battery needs charged as well. But there's still that many of you in here to see that. It didn't spill my tea. Cell block. Where did that come from? That's like one of the dude. What is got screws falling out? No, they're all in there. Okay. Thought I had. Dang it, I missed it. Yeah. Mike Kirby just picked up Ripper 62. Ruh-roh. Oh, that's what that screw is for. That screw is for my panhard link. I didn't put the nut on it, and it fell out when I lifted it. I was like, why is it moving so easy? See? I'm good. Eek. We need a nut. Hey, how about we unplug this thing? Since it doesn't need to be plugged in anymore. That would have hurt tomorrow. Yeah. Who asked that question earlier? What's the dumbest DNF you've ever had from mechanical failure? Not screwing in my panhard link. That screw is too short. How about that one? Okay. Let's loose nut behind the wheel. Yikes. Yikes. That screw is not long enough either to grab the freaking nylock. That'll do it. Okay. Trimming the body anymore? Oh, God, that's a good point, Tyler. Yeah, I planned on doing that. I could probably do that before we end this, just because I need to check clearances. No point in wasting all that extra paint on all the body that won't be there anymore. All right, now we got the proper one. Ah, someone delete that, ban that spammer if you can. All right. Thanks, Matt. Wow. If I would have actually ran that cup of tea off of the table, I can't imagine what. Okay, why silver? I don't know. Because if I'm running orange wheels, I don't like to run orange paint. Um, generally, and I had orange wheels on it already, so I was just like, I guess we're staying with that. But then I had to look into my box of paint selection, and basically I have orange, black, or silver. And black doesn't photograph all that well, whereas this silver is very flattering on camera. As you can see, it basically blurs out all of the terrible work that I have done so far. Okay, so we need to take all the way to the corner and that entire inner fender flare. So we're doing the method that I watch on Scale Builders Guild, which is to use Lexan scissors. All the top painters use Lexan scissors, specifically this brand, as well as very short cuts. That is that's what I've seen. Cut right through the lens. Do not do this. And let's take off this line below the door. I don't know why these guys take so much time. This bodywork stuff, it just goes so quick. How wide is the track of this beast? It is in the rear 9 1/4. In the front, I'm guessing that it's a 1/4 inch wider. Nope, 3/4 wide or 1/2 inch wider. 9 3/4 in the front. Could probably tuck that front in another 1/4 inch. Where is Nationals? It is in Leesburg, Alabama. The rear clears perfectly already, like spot on perfect. You can just barely see. The only thing I should do is maybe just clean up my initial hack trim job and do a better hack. This is the precision hack. I didn't even trim to the trim line the first time. Trimmed inside of it significantly. There's that. That is being mean. Well, that one did not come out good. Better. Okay. In the rear, there's also some excess still. We're going to go to that. Now that I know where I'm trimming to, maybe I don't have to do it on the car. I'll probably take it off. Okay. Sharp X-Acto knife is the way to go. I don't like X-Actos. I just can't cut straight with them. I like to use a set of score method works well. I'm telling you, you just use a nice pair of Lexan scissors, and then you just sand it smooth with a flap disc on your cordless grinder when you're done. Super easy. No reason to worry and take all that time. There we go. Dremel set at 35,000 RPMs or level 6. Exactly. Either roofing scissors. I do have some, like, I mean, if we needed to get it done quicker, we could. So the problem is you have to check what side you're using the serrated edge on. I like seeing Josh put on his thinking face. Mm-hmm. Where did I cut it to? There we go. Unless I stick my tongue out, it's not actually my thinking face. Hey, Matt's about to unsubscribe. I'm leaving. this, this is like RC Faces of Death for Matt. Matt feels like he's watching this video and fast forward with how quickly things are getting done. He just can't believe it. Go. So I just have to get the batteries charging and print the rear cross brace. I'm probably going to change the design just ever so slightly before I hit print to beef it up. And I think that I'll end up doing it in, good night, Matt. I think that I'll end up doing it in orange PL. It's either orange PL. I've got PETG already loaded up. I guess I could just use that. Or no, I don't. I have the orange done right now because I just did the class 1 stuff. This is what cutting your own bangs must feel like. So for now, on, can you pre-cut bodies before you give them to me? No, no, Moose Jaw, I cannot. That's like painting the background for someone already. Do you now only order Prusament? If so, how much do you get at once? Yeah, the only filament that I've bought since I bought my Prusa was Prusament. I currently have Hatchbox loaded in there because I ran out of all my Prusament. And anyway, my last order of Prusament I think was like $300 and some dollars, just because it's, if I'm going to spend $40 some in shipping, I might as well get a lot. So yeah, you know. But I did use Hatchbox today, which was the first time that I printed Hatchbox on my Prusa. And I mean, this thing came out, this is a 0.2 layer height. And I mean, it's just, that's a cat hair, not an actual line. But I mean, the quality of this print was fantastic. And like I said, that's a 0.2 layer height. Those two lines that you see, those vertical lines, were actually in the design file. So, like, I can't even believe that those things came through. But pretty amazing. And that's, like I said, 0.2 layer height. So it's not even like it's not even supposed to be like a high quality print. Pretty, pretty happy about that. But anyway, all right. Well, we have trimmed the body. I need to paint. I am going to, we're going to get a little fancy here for those of you. Just be prepared. I'm going to cut the overspray film for the rear here so I get a black bed just to up the custom level on this body a little. We're going to use a very dull X-Acto knife. It's for, that's for your, ooh, 10 o'clock. That's for your safety. Okay. Are we only doing the inset? Yeah. This is not easy for me. This is not the type of hand-eye coordination that I... Ah! Got way off. Way off. Okay. It's, if only Matt was still here, he could learn this technique. I know. But I had to wait till he said he was going to bed. I can't give him all the tricks. Otherwise, he would have a chance at showing up to nationals with better looking trucks than me. And can't let that happen. I'd break my streak. So far, he's never been to scale nationals with better looking trucks than I have. Out of all the years that I've gone. Okay. Is bringing a freestyle drone allowed for spectators at scale nights? Oh, sure. It's in Alabama. There's not a lot of rules. As long as you don't bother people, people in Alabama are pretty awesome to you. Be polite, and the terrain there to drone with is going to be fantastic. Okay, I need help. Last scale nationals shouldn't count. Yeah, you don't have to count that one. You can count all the rest of them though. And Matt has never. I don't think Matt's ever been to scale nationals. There we go. Okay. Now let's see. Josh, do you prefer a narrow track for the rear axle to clear out? I've generally ran a narrower track in the rear axle and even my trail trucks. Um, Usually by around a quarter of an inch. Been my pretty typical setup. Um, I think the track width has to be narrow equal for no. Track width doesn't have to be equal. And I mean, yeah, almost. I don't think any of my trucks have, or hardly any of my trucks have equal track width. Um, if they do, it's very rare. Ah, no. Come on. This method sucks. Exacto blades suck. Why does anybody do this? All right, I retake my stance. Get a sharp blade. I don't think that matters. Those exacto knives will get away from you. Be careful. Fresh blade would have made it easier. That blade is not that old. This is I bet I changed it last month. So we'll black the bed. Um and then maybe I'll do a, big carbon fiber stripe. Yeah. Use a plastic spoon. Try a blade that's not 5 years old and hasn't cut steel. All of those things are a possibility. You think the year that Josh beats Matt at Scale Nationals and Concourse, Matt resigns from SPG and gives up RC? Moose Jaw's laughing. Last month, it may have been the month before last. Well, I was saying last month, being like, maybe I changed it in December. It could have been like October. I mean, I usually don't change them unless I break them. Okay, so at this point, I just need to get this truck finish the paint job and get my batteries charged. So I think that means the stream is over because I got to get stuff done. That means I got to keep walking outside and inside, checking chargers, looking at it. So you're out of here. This was a great stream. I appreciate all of you for joining. Thanks. We got a lot done. It's only 10 o'clock. I'm impressed with even myself. I think the stream made me get things done faster than if I would have been in here without it, because I would have been dicking around and watching TikTok and whatever else. So hit the like button on your way out. Have a quality weekend yourselves, and we'll see you guys. Like, maybe I'll do STL Sunday again. Maybe. It was fun. I have some things that I want to work on. I need to do some stuff for this. Maybe I'll make this a project since I need things for it anyway. Not just a hat rack, my friends. Yeah, maybe I'll see some of you guys on Sunday morning. Let's hope so. I appreciate you all for watching. Again, hope you do have an awesome weekend. And we'll see you soon. Goodbye.